Spare me your sales pitch. Banter elsewhere.
No. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Oh, no.
Yet you see fit to keep me in a constant state of consternation. With each unauthorized act, you jeopardize our hold of Fairfield.
Yes, but you must understand, the Protectorate citizenry is a hair's breadth from defecting.
Like the week prior and the week before that. Impressive foresight you wield. Should apply to join the Order of the Ascendant.
It would be difficult enough to convert the stubborn populace without your soldiers' constant, ill-advised forays.
Enough! Your yipping reminds me of my 2 old canids. I loved those canids. You, on the other hand, are trying my patience.
No,
Auntie.
Auntie.
Yes, I thought not. Now, unless you care to see what life in the lower rungs looks like, you...
Yes, Auntie.
Good. See that it is done. And while you're at it, you might want to look into your security situation, Commander. I'm not accustomed to an audience when addressing my subordinates.
Who in the void? Eavesdropping on Auntie's choice business is like to get a body shot for spine. Though you're not wanting for moxie. I'll give you that.
Hold a moment, Car. When opportunity comes visiting, perhaps it's better not to riddle it full of holes.
A surprisingly good point, especially from you. She only forbade us using our own personnel. Be a whole other matter were a stranger to happen to aid one of us. But which? Well, you seem an observant sort, so I expect you'll tire of Milver Street's bluster soon enough. Come see me before agreeing to whatever absurdity he proposes. Unlike him, I have some work actually befitting your time. I'll be waiting.
Alone at last. I never thought she'd leave. Now then, allow me to introduce myself. I am D.B. Milver Street, Minister of Marketing, Duke of Demographics, Commercial Condottieri, President of Promotional Material. Tell me, do you believe in signs? Everything happens for a reason. Yes, I can see that kind of line working with our protectorate demographic. I do not believe in signs. I believe in opportunities. Right now, at this moment, you and I have an opportunity to save countless lives. But I'm hardly the type to beg and ask for nothing in return. Tell me, what do you desire of this island?
With that hat? Absolutely not.
Is this a bad time to mention I can read lips? Who doesn't get such a compulsion from time to time? Well, if you're serious about it, I suspect we can assist one another. You help me, and I'll get you inside. Better yet, helping me shall result in our saving dozens, no, hundreds of lives. Your conscience shall be renewed. You're a hard sell. All right, I'll play this your way. If I attain my goals, I suspect I shall find it far easier to ascend within Auntie's choice. And I'm a special... Did that get your attention? Very well. You return to speak. So I presume you've changed your mind? Then I feel...
Watch yourself, friend.
Watch out for that Auntie Cleo. I know she don't look it, but she's more dangerous than she seems. Even the whole of Spacer's choice
Watch
couldn't
yourself,
help
friend.
for her.
You there. Still got work if you're looking. You're here early. I expected you'd be on the receiving end of Milver Street's bluster until close to... I'm Officer Babylon Carr, head of aggressive acquisitions and persons elimination on Paradise Island. Let no one's... Now, not to say I question the presence of a wayward sightseer in the midst of a war-torn waste, but it might be safer for us both if I knew your purpose. The Vox, eh? Bent on bloody self-destruction? I could just have my troops dispatch you. Save you the F. Although if you were keen on continuing to draw breath, perhaps you and I could broker a deal. There are protectorate vitals need bled. You could do the bleeding. I haven't broken an idealist over my knee in ages. Open your ears wide, friend, for this is a whetstone well scoured. Engage a detachment in open combat. Expect dozens dead on both sides. Kill their commander such as war. Milver Street, for all his book learning, doesn't seem capable of understanding such. I hope you're a sharper sort than he, willing to do what must be done. My employer would assuredly be filled with wrath if it were my forces I were committing. But enlisting if you fail, I'll be out nothing, and Auntie shall be none the wiser. And if you succeed, I can't be blamed if... This fine settlement is Fairfield. When we arrived, it was thick with yaysayers, a hair's breadth away from sacrificing themselves to their old map. Entertaining as it is to root out dozens of entrenched, suicidally murderous subjects, I'd take the efficiency of capitulation any day. Only thing not suspicious in this life is when a body points a gun at you. You can rest assured I don't expect these turncoats are as true as their word. We keep them away from heavy machinery and weapons, and we make them earn their keep. Through that, any who ain't truly converted will learn. Sooner or later. All a half measure earns in war is maimed bodies with...
Can't you see I'm busy trying to look busy?
Welcome, welcome. See anything you like? Well, if it isn't a new face in Fairfield. What I meant to say is that we now have the new improved Purple Berry Crunch. Now with 10% more flavor. Or was it Crunch? Of course. Though I must also apologize for my inappropriate courtesy. Anyway, let's try this again. Welcome to More Perfect Goods. I've been working the store going on a few weeks now. Got promoted shortly after Auntie's Choice liberated Fairfield. Still finding my stride with all the marketing suavities, as you witnessed. Advertising's been a right struggle to get a hold of, much to my chagrin. Well, advertising is an essential part of my business. But I haven't got any new products to according to the guide, in situations such as this, I'm to consult my marketing department for new copy. Except I don't have one of those either. I didn't want to seem discourteous by asking. I still sometimes forget this isn't the Protectorate. Maybe I will put in the request. Thanks for all your help. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Thanks for noticing. All part of the presentation, of course. Think success, present success, be success. Sure thing. Exit encouragement. When you want better than the best, say, I think. How can I improve your day the Auntie's way? Gladly. Welcome, welcome. See anything you like?
Standout number. Assuming you have taste, you surely will as well.
Just get the section out.
Welcome, welcome. See anything you like?
Thank you so much for tuning in to the one wireless station in Arcadia that doesn't tell you what to think, only what to buy.
On your command. Rolling up nicely. There they are. Ah, I see.
ロー、アクセント、逆三角、アクセント、の。悪いことをしてみてました。ヤンキーですね。バレないような時しかやりませんが、OK のポーズをする人。ドキドキ。
Commander, there is a 98.7% chance that hunting Agent DeVries will require ammunition can be purchased at vending machines, or...
I can also help you craft items in a pinch when we're out together. Most won't even explode on you. Being this close to DeVries feels like we're finally... Anyway, need something, Commander?
Do I look approachable? Because I'm not.
なんかボダランと似てるように見えるけど、ボダランみたいな感じなの？違うよ、ソロだし。進め方が自分次第に楽しめる、わーい。さっき店員殺してアイテム取りました。バレなさそうな環境だったので頭爆発。考える顔。極悪人じゃん。ストーリーとか話好きなら楽しいかも。考える顔。
The hologram's gone down.
A simple malfunction, perhaps.
An outrage is what I call it. That hologram was our flag planted in the soil of conquered lands.
And that's a good thing.
That symbol is our pride, our identity. How can you wage a war if you don't even have a logo? Keep an eye out for whoever took down Auntie's hologram. Yes? Hello? Sorry, time... Mind your own... Sorry, time is bits. Bits is time. Or are, that is.
"でも、病人には毒渡さなかった。良い子です。
No signs of corrosion. Exhaust manifold still warm. Come on, baby. I can't help you if you don't tell me what's wrong. You just stopping by to admire the mines, or is there something I can help you with?
"持ってるスキルでいろんなやり方もある。OK のポーズをする人。
See this system here? It deploys extreme countermeasures against overhead attacks in the form of aerial explosives, oft referred to as sky mines by those who prefer brevity. However, the whole thing is no sky mines means the enemy can blow in like a bad sail, and we'll all be passing in our bits before you can say, "Gee, nice weather we're having today." Not unless your talent for interruption matches your knowledge of lifting mechanisms? Like it's that easy, huh? All right, let's see you try then. I was being sarcastic, you ninny. I wouldn't trust you near a... Go do something that's not being in my... All right, baby. It's just... Your upper story must be more damaged than this launcher if you're back tugging on my... I'm here to do a job, not make friends. Maybe I'd feel differently if so many people's lives didn't depend on me fixing
サイコパスな犯罪者でも時々慈悲みたいなの出すことあるもんね。道端の虫を助けてみたりね。
This would have been a cinch.
ひどい言いようです。W 笑い転げる。
Sure, I won't refuse an offer of free labor. I'd start your search around the military camp. Must have set it down without thinking. Just can't remember where. I'll be here if you locate it. This launcher ain't going to fix itself. Is that right?
You corporate folks do all the hard work instead of letting auto mechanicals do it.
Because we get paid to do it. We need the money so we can buy things.
Okay. Then once you...
I'm simply not credulous enough to accept this is where I've ended up, doing the work of at least 3 lackeys. I'd welcome you, would-be consumer, but we are not a retail operation. Please visit the various consumer locations around Fairfield for all your purchasing needs. I have far too many claims on my time to be able to cater to the curious at the moment. I was meant to have help, but they lacked the barest amount of gray matter it takes to keep from getting locked up by excessive corporate malfeasance. So, I'm on my own here, breaking my back, trying to buttress all these vines on top of all my other jobs. Oh, the bits I would... So, is there anything else, or can I get back to work? You read my terminal? How... embarrassing. The compliance adjusters broke the door lock when they arrested my predecessor, and I haven't gotten around to fixing it yet. Not that I thought anyone had come snooping. I'd made careful arrangements to tie up everyone's loose ends. Everyone except you, it seems. So, why are you so interested in my other work? You're not part of compliance. Because Auntie's choice expects you to forge a path that's ambitious and self-deterministic, but not so much so that it disrupts other folks' ambition and self-determinism. Blah. I can't even fathom Auntie's economy if every eager go-getter operating on the gray edge of strictly legal suddenly closed up shop. You know, I've been looking for some backfills with the kind of cleverness usually only found on the seedy lower decks of the claim. Feel like making a few bits? It's Auntie's flagship, where all the best movers, shakers, and up-and-coming ne'er-do-wells hone their killer instincts. Work for me and you may see it someday. Interested? I'm part of Sub Rosa. We're a group of merchants, information brokers, and commodity traders who deal outside the system's we're the best way to get things done in Auntie's space if you're looking for profit. Want to buy it, sell it, move it? We've got someone to do it for you. Pah, they were rubes, nitwits, dolts so lacking in faculties that they couldn't handle the minuscule, and by that I mean damn tiny, amount of discretion this job requires. They had to be dealt with so we could all get back to work. And now that I'm here, things will be running right smoothly. So, long as your brain pan's filled with more than a half-dead sprat spinning on a rusty wheel, I absolutely guarantee this is a no-risk venture. How tragic. You're worried about absolutely nothing. And that's gonna keep you from realizing one of the finest opportunities you've ever been offered. But I'll be here. Help. Well, well, look who's back. I can hardly say it's a surprise, though maybe right now you do. But I'll be here.
何かいろんな人に手を貸すの躊躇する怖さ、訴えるような顔。
Me? Nope. Just taro excrement. Heavens, Auntie, you scared the living daylights out of me. Shouldn't sneak up on a man like that. Good way to earn a bullet betwixt the eyes. Guess I should apologize for all that hullabaloo before. Just mistook you for another unfleshly manifestation. Sure as I am, there's a fine tale to be told there. I've got one of my own to share with a more pressing need to address. It all started the other night. Saw a personage leaving the greenhouse late. Figured it for Emily, but when I asked her about it, she didn't know what I was talking about. Happened again the next night. Gave chase that time, but lost him hereabouts. I turned a corner and they'd up and vanished. More or less. Maybe I'm not telling it right, but believe you me, it was downright uncanny. Strangest part is that foodstuffs have also been disappearing from the greenhouse since we took Fairfield. You think it's all connected? I've knocked on doors, peeped a few windows, respectfully, mind you. And I ain't spied anything more exciting than a chair. But then, a being of pure information probably wouldn't linger on this plane any longer than necessary. Too tiresome, would be my guess. Well, maybe. I still don't know all the particulars yet. But it's one theory. I certainly won't say no to having a fresh set of lamps on the scene. Just be careful. Hate to see you disappeared like that foodstuffs. Saw you coming this time. Just 3 pills and an ointment away.
So many rumors flying around about the rifts. The lab coats can't figure them out. Some people work
No cause for concern. They're simply plastic.
nature made apples, but Auntie Fizzo's made them better with Auntie Cleo's patented
長文読まないタイプ_ファイ_読みたいときだけ長いもの頭爆発
DeVries sure has some cheek putting the Earth Directorate symbol on her wall after everything she's done.
My cover story has worked. I am safely ensconced at the Vox station, assigned to the lowly Information Input and Retrieval Department. Seems a colony so certain of its absolute control over its subjects can be less than rigorous when it comes to security. I was able to easily widen out a space behind the walls of the main control room to establish my safe room, giving me unfettered access to the communication transfer conduits. I have hacked into their system downstream from the security protocols, so I am able to infiltrate their entire system with them being none the wiser. While I have little doubt as to the success of our mission, I thought my duties complete. Information gathered, reports filed, preparations made. I'd even created a fictitious identity and work transfer to Horizon Point Station well ahead of schedule, in order to keep anyone from tracking my movements upon commencing the mission. All that was left was the waiting. Or so I thought. While I don't understand all of it, I understand enough to know it is, and I am the only one in a position to act upon it, though it means the betrayal of my team. I did it. They are all dead. And I am still alive. I had not expected this. I had prepared no alibi, and so felt assured but the complete gullibility of the Protectorate subjects cannot be underestimated, it seems. I can only keep telling myself it had to be done. Something which becomes harder by the day as the rift anomaly
I can't believe this. Void me if I understand any of this. DeVries sold us out for what? Because of a few equations? Some dots and lines on a graph? Good fucking law. I mean, she wasn't a damn scientist. She said it herself. She didn't understand all of it, the math. So what was she thinking? No. No. You didn't know her. Not like I did. Like I thought I did. Damn it! I never wanted to talk about this. I wanted... I wanted to just leave it alone. Told myself, no point in dredging up the past. Should have known he wouldn't rest. DeVries may have saved me on Triangulum, but I wasn't the only one looked up to her. Lots of the other recruits talked about her too, back at the academy. We all thought she was the pinnacle of what an agent should be. Tough, smart, any job she couldn't get done. And better and faster than everyone else. Inspired all of us. Reckon so. Some might embarrassing how much worship we all put on her name. You put a tool in my hand, I would have built monuments to her. Figure my own career could be just that. Doing for others what she done for me. Never imagined I'd actually get to work with her. Me, some nobody from Triangulum. And then she betrayed us. Tried telling myself it was an accident, but now we've got the cold, hard proof it wasn't. Law only knows why she trusted the Order's numbers. Ain't cynical if it turns out true. DeVries was willing to sacrifice us. I have to know what for. I mean, she always struck me as so...
みーちゃん、虎の顔、コンチロルー、虎の顔。
Never figured she'd go all in on predictions from a bunch of monks.
チロルさん、コンチロルルル、万歳、にやっと笑う。
Used to think they were good people trying to do right by their beliefs. But if they put the idea in DeVries' head to leave us for dead, might be time I reassess that opinion. I don't take issue with folks clinging to whatever keeps them afloat. Math, science, the grand architect, void, even capital. I know how most colonies run. But when those beliefs start to require hurting others, even killing them, that's worth questioning their virtue. That's different. Everything we've done so far has been for the mission, to save everyone. You forget we're on the same side here, Commander? I'm not the only one DeVries wronged. She robbed you of 10 years of your life. Don't you want recompense for that? Exactly. We get answers, then she gets a bullet. Everyone goes home happy. Whatever her plans, she started putting them in place while stationed undercover at the Vox Relay. Our next point of order ought to be getting in there. Reckon there's got to be someone on the island who can help us with that. Let's keep asking around. Friendly like. Is it me, or has my ankle been squeaking? You can hear it too, right? Anyway, need something, Commander?
Juliana. Oh, my Juliana. Even though I now rank among the Protectorate's foes, I hoped you would return to me. Every night I would sneak out of Fairfield, despite the danger, desperate to find you. Hoping you would see fit to join your wife. Yet no one has heard from you since you went to the Skycutter facility. Not in 2 weeks. I can only assume the worst. I don't think I can stay in this town any longer. Perhaps if I return to suffer the Protectorate's justice, I shall at least learn what became of you. And if you are gone, I hope I shall be executed. Then at least we shall be together.
Pulverizing them suffice? No, I could liquefy them. Apply heat and congeal them into kibble no beast could resist. Oh, Ethel, darling, you're a genius. Approach with less haste next time, won't you? Copernicus may be tame, but he still doesn't take kindly to being startled. I am Ethel Tinsley, chimeric scientist. I'm responsible for taming this delightful raptidon here. He will protect our fair town from his feral brethren in the wilds. Theoretically. Officer Carr has been in a state waiting for me to train the raptidons to, maul on command. It's rather pressing, and alas, one scientist, one might say, and perhaps a bit on edge. Folk here have grown weary, shall we say, with the war effort, and with avoiding Carr and the minister's would-be fisticuffs. No, I don't believe it is. That's what the Protectorate announcers wanted us to believe anyway, before Auntie showed us the truth. No, this is quite abnormal, I'm sure. Anyhow, all I know is that if they were to begin working with each other, the mood in town would certainly be merrier. Or something akin to it. Well, I was a subject once. Despite my talents, the plan dictated that I should be relegated to programming cleaning mechs. Bah. But then, Auntie's choice came along and offered to transform our lives for the better. I chose to accept. And look where I am today. Over the last year, I have climbed the rungs of my division through the sheer merit of my work. I have finally earned the respect I was always due. So you must understand what my position exemplifies and why my work has become my pride. When I embraced Auntie's, I was given latitude to better myself. My dreams and abilities were my only limit. That's the beauty of Auntie's choice. Everyone could ask any of the other Protectorate subjects who converted, and they'd echo my words. When one can allow their ambitions to show, that is true freedom. They did. I was in a dreadful state before the invasion. I fear I was close to disappearing myself. The Sovereign claims to provide for all of our needs. But without freedom and autonomy, I could not find happiness. In any case, I do hope I've satisfied your curiosity. The war effort and liberating the rest of the Protectorate waits for no one, you understand? I would never imply such a thing. I'm sure the Minister and Officer Carr have only our best interests at heart. Though I must admit, their continuing quarrel. I'm unused to the way things are done here, I suppose. The Protectorate leadership never behaved in such a manner. So I should return to the Protectorate and accept swift death for desertion? Certainly not. I would much rather stay here, continue my work, and hope my leaders can reach an accord. One wishes to woo Protectorate subjects to our ranks. The other wishes to secure a decisive victory with weaponry and technology. As for which approach is best, I wish I knew. Have they? Goodness. Then it seems things are more precarious than I realized. If you do intend to lend your aid to the Minister or Officer Carr, I only ask that you consider the ramifications. Very well. I ought to focus more on my work than on social tensions anyhow. I work directly with Officer Carr and her soldiers to ensure they're outfitted with the best Raptidon counterparts Paradise Island can provide. In theory, they'll be trusted to guard our most precious assets, including our leadership. For now, they deter encroachment from wild Raptidons. It's most agreeable. Trust me, they are safer here than out in the wilds. I have been reprimanded thrice now for undue pampering. I would not be here if this experiment was still causing needless suffering. Hello again. Remember now, what can I do for you? Are you allowed to be here? Are you allowed to be here?
coming. I can do this all day. All over but the paperwork. That's the third drone in as many days. Where are the void damn things coming from? Not likely. I've been keeping my lamps open for these things ever since they started attacking. But thanks for the concern all the same. Of course, we could have staunched the flow of drones by now if Officer Carr dispatched another patrol, as I requested. But no such luck. That was a nasty one. Drone downed him on the reload. I do hope he's on the mend now. Erickson's a fine fellow, if a rather poor shot. He told you about that? That blasted, well-meaning gas bag. Now I gotta ask him to strike my involvement from his report to Officer Carr. You see, I, wasn't exactly authorized to be shoring up other patrols on the perimeter. In fact, I might have been specifically ordered not to leave this spot. Thanks. Well, at least some people in this unit still understand the concept of discretion. And taking initiative. Trouble is, it's only a matter of time before these Protectorate drones break through and do some real... If you're keen on lending a hand, bounty terminal's just left of the constabulary. Carr doesn't trust me with that kind of work anymore. Not after my last performance review. So I guess we're trusting in degenerate bounty hunters now. That would be an understatement. Look, a fresh conscript like you wouldn't understand. I was due a promotion 3 cycles ago. Yet here I am, same rank and post, constantly being lectured and talked down, mocking me like I'm some unlearned recruit. Sometimes they send 2 or 3, but you're right. It feels like the Protectorate is still testing our defenses. But I'm our last line of defense right now. Plus, Officer Carr ordered me not to step foot from this post. Really wish I could give those drones a piece of my mind. Unfortunately, I need to go out there and do what I can. Show that bounty terminal and those Protectorate drones. Thought one of the drones finally got the drop on me. Between the constant assault of drones and my official... Seems all I can do is stand here and observe. Maybe that'll get me back into Carr's good grace.
Gonna need a bigger storeroom for all these orders. Let me guess. Gun keeps jamming, armor don't quite fit snug as you like. State your division and I'll get you outfitted. Quick and proper, or your next provision's free. Astounded the minister hasn't yet converted you to our cause. But in the meantime, I'll trade you my own bona fides for jotting down your name. All bits spend the same to me. As Chief Replenishment Officer, it's my privileged duty to furnish our brave troops with all of their wartime essentials. You could say I put the ration in liberation. Tell me what you need, and I'll do my ample best to supply you. I'm sure you'll find something to your liking. Business is all we... What do you need this time? Good eye. Though I'd say they're better than nice. Got more armor than it. If things had turned out differently, it might be someone else standing here, while I'd be off piloting one of those beauties. Don't have the aptitude for flight, apparently. But this role suits me fine. I like the upward mobility, in the metaphorical business sense, I mean. Hogwash. It's called being practical. If I followed that advice, I'd most likely end up on some bottom rung of the... Idiot people. What do you need this time? Scrounging around.
Go consume like a good consumer.
Don't even think about disrupting the marketplace.
Consume in peace and we won't have a problem. Can't you see I'm busy trying to look busy?
Eyes open when you pull the trigger. Penny Lindell, be so kind as to remind us all what the first rule of the...
Guns are weapons, not toys.
And do we aim weapons at colleagues or at our own unprotected upper stories? Even in jest. Hint, we do not. The soldiers before you are former Protectorate subjects, mainly of the farming variety. They are accustomed to being told what to do, when to do it, even how to think. A lifetime of habitual servitude is not broken in a day. I'm not one to idle in the path of a good faith effort to accelerate education. There's just one problem. I don't know you. So, respectfully, I must ask, what do you feel qualifies you to give instruction to my recruits?
What? Oh, sure thing. The commander here is an experienced Deadeye, and a natural leader. If you're looking for someone to deposit a few pearls of wisdom, I guarantee you'll not find better.
Much as I'm inclined to trust the word of your compatriot, I still expect you to advocate for yourself. You're the one who wishes to speak with my recruits, after all, not him. A teacher must always believe in the respectfully, I must... Lindell! You returned. I don't suppose you're here for instruction yourself. Is it? I'm not aware of any invasion. We are here as liberators, not invaders. We're bringing the free market to those without the freedom to choose, and liberating... I understand it must look like violence, but listen to any of our ex-protectorate colleagues speak on their lives before. The stories they tell are stories of oppression.
Take the pressure off with anti-fizzos, bottled under more than 3 atmospheres of pressure.
It's a wise personage who knows they don't know everything. As I tell my pupils, stay open to learning, and understanding will... Please don't think me rude for abbreviating our conversation, but I must get back to my duties. You've returned. I don't suppose you're here for instruction. Marginal improvements, still improvement, I suppose.
Keep walking.
You're blocking bullet practice.
Whoever took... mind you, don't track any outside mud. Outside mud on top of our inside mud if you head into the fort.
Rest assured, the beacon of Auntie's choice will shine again.
何かウッピーみたいな装備に見えてきた。
Saw you coming this time.
Well, well, look who's back. I can hardly say it's a surprise, though I suppose we've all got to take our own time about maybe right now, but I'll be here.
Ciao. Ciao ciao, パーティーの顔。 のんびり世界を楽しんでました。V サイン。いろんなワーク性に行けるんよね。楽しそ。やり方は自分次第で楽しんでます。にやっと笑う。おもちゃの国とかお菓子の国とかないんかな W。全10人滅することもできるし、しないけど、考えるかを。NPC 狩りできるのか。すべてを我が手にもできるとファイ。メモメモ。話すこともやることも自分次第。笑い転げる。
Is that not why you've come? Because you discovered our recent larceny at the greenhouse?
The greenhouse's stolen bounty offered a healthy alternative to gorging ourselves on that vending machine poison. Alas, I was spotted on 1 or 2 forays. Starving? Hardly. We have greater stores of strength than you suppose. This hunger is a momentary distraction, nothing more.
スキルあると別の選択肢も選べる。天使の輪がついた笑顔。一周で流行り尽くせない。めまい。
If you are conniving for some concession of weakness, you will be a long time waiting.
Thought I saw you disappear in here. Oh. Seems I've stumbled into quite the shindig. You lot been hiding out in here all this time? Touch cramped, ain't it?
ほほう、ほんまいろんな生き方できるんか。
Please, stay. It would please me to end the lives of 2 invaders as opposed to 1.
Not very copacetic, are you folks?
If this exchange is not to your liking, I can accommodate you with a bullet instead. Spare me your insults. They mean less than nothing coming from the mouth of a corporate pet. I would sever my own hands at the wrist rather than sign a corporate contract. A generous offer, but we prefer to die in the service of the Sovereign. This was always going to end in blood.
"うまくやれば戦わない道もあるのね。天使の輪がついた笑顔。
Guess I had this mystery all wrong. A small part of me was hoping... Nah, never mind. It's downright foolish. I lost a friend in the invasion. A good friend. Thought maybe all this was her trying to send me a message of some kind. Like I said, foolish.
"おばさんのお墨付き、笑顔。
I appreciate that. Never really talked about the direction of my thoughts on this topic with no one before. Wow, it's like I'm lighter. Thank you for everything. Truly. Practically a detective now. Wonder what other mysteries around here need solving.
結構味方引き連れていけるんだ。この男の方も多分最初の方のクエストの分岐で女になったりもしたんじゃないか思う。
Hey, if I start humming it, you do what you gotta. Anyway, need something, Commander?
「ほう、薄笑いをする顔。
Well, well, look who's back. I can hardly say it's a surprise, though I suppose we've all got to take our own time about such decisions. You ready for a job? Maybe right now, but I'll be here.
Going to need to find a job?
You certainly can't have mine. What kind of skills do you have?
Whatever skills are needed. I'm just a cog in the system, and the system abides.
Hey, that's pretty catchy. You might have a future in advertising.
Boy, take this terminal and trash it. If you're about to blast me about fixing that void-forsaken terminal, it'll have to wait. I'm entitled to a break like anyone else. It's in my contract. I triple-checked. I'm a technician. I've been getting pressure from folks up top to deploy these Protectorate drones to the military camp on behalf of Auntie's Choice. The drones are ready to launch. All that he's doing is fixing their targeting priorities so they mark us as friendlies. But I can't breach the terminal's security protocols. Drones are only as dangerous as their programming. But it's a moot point anyway. These ones ain't gonna shift on their own anytime soon. And that there's the problem. I know it probably seems like we're up to our ducks and troops, but half of them are ex-Protectorate trainees who can't tell the business end of a rifle. We need these drones. Been key mashing all day. Surprised my fingers ain't stumps at this point. If it was as simple as putting in the time, that'd be one thing. These Protectorate systems aren't like ours back home. Trip the wrong switch and you get locked out. Have to start all over. Ask me how I know. Have another smoke? Sometimes you gotta get away from the problem in order to solve the problem. That's what I'm doing. I hope. Guessing that means you're flat out of ideas? Not that I need the help of some Protectorate townie, understand, but I might have heard my predecessor was odd-jobbing it around town. Bet a fellow drone operator like him would have some insight into all this perplexity.
Can't you see I'm on the clock here?
A lot of fresh blood. Didn't you already leave?
Time's a wasting, you know. All right.
Introducing Auntie's new line of specialty drinks for the discerning consumer.
Now, on to other things. Alrighty then. It's time for more merry melodies.
Back already. Anything else I can help you with? All right.
You ever find yourself with too much disposable income? I got plenty of ideas on how to dispose of it.
Nature made
Hello again. Hope you ain't here for yourself.
I must ask you to hold still.
Mind your own business interest.
In future, I'd appreciate you keeping your unsanitized hands to yourself. I'm gonna have to re-sterilize that chem set now, and I just cleaned it 2 weeks ago. No, that doesn't look right at all. Please do not try to administer whatever that is to anyone. My morgue is already near capacity.
You know, Doc, actually feel...
What's that burning smell? Oh, good. I think the cell... I thought I smelled gunpowder and blood. I'm still quite busy, so make this quick if you please. Yeah, I'm still up to my lamps and wounded. I can apply some Auntie's branded deep wound adhesive, but it's hardly cheap. All right.
No offense to Val, but it's real. Anyway, need something, Commander? Sure.
happened to Auntie's hologram? Fairfield's just not the same without it.
I know I may seem awash in warm, welcoming sentiment, but I have a war to win. You ain't aiding me. You're wasting valued time. I want the Protectorate war effort exsanguinated. There's a particular holding we shelled early in the war, name of Euphoria Coast Automech Repair Center. My scouts report recent Protectorate attempts to bring it back to Should note, the ministers like to take our working together as a personal affront. Aid me, and I suspect he'll rescind any offer he may have made to you. Think all you like. Speak.
Your return to speak. So I presume you've checked. Then I fear.
These incessant jingles over the loudspeakers. Do they ever cease?
Nope. You'll probably hear them in your dreams if you haven't already.
Well, well, look who's back. I can hardly say it's a surprise, though I suppose we've all got to take our own time about such decisions. Well, isn't that just wonderful? I had no suspicion when you walked through my door that you'd help resolve the last of the morass Paradise Island has become for us. And all we need you to do is access Quartermaster Cardos's terminal and scrub any Spectrum vodka from her ledgers. It's already been resold, so having it in her system could become problematic. Expunge it, and I get you some bits, and the friendship of Sub Rosa all over the system. You get me? Because we are the black market in Arcadia. Odds are, at some point, you're going to need something you just can't get legally. Then you'll be thrilled we're associated. Sub Rosa feeds that appetite to not just survive, but to thrive. And that's taking all of us places. We're more than simple opportunists. We are opportunistically driven. Trust me, for both short-term benefits and long-term prospects, you want to be our friend. It'll probably be nothing. She's just a sergeant, not someone who has any real pull. And I've already made arrangements with everyone who matters. So, if she catches you, about the worst she can do is a switch on the wrist. How tragic. You're worried about absolutely nothing. And that's gonna keep you from realizing, but I'll be here. Well, well, look who's back. I can hardly say it's a surprise, though I suppose we've all got to take our own time about such decisions. You ready for a job? We're the best way to get things done in anti-space. If you're looking for profit, want to buy it, sell it, move it? We've got someone to do it for you. How tragic. But I'll be... Well, well, look who's back. We're the best way to get things done in anti-space if you're looking for profit. Oh, isn't that just wonderful? And it's already been resold, so having it in her system could become problematic. Expunge it, and I get you some bits, and the friendship of Sub Rosa all over the system. You get me? and I'll be waiting here with your bit.
"やるにしても進め方どうすれば考えるかを。
You'd be back. What do you need this time? Now there's an odd request. If you've got queries about my stock, I'm sure I could answer them for you. Wait one rapt gone moment. Did Miss Galloway put you up to this? She asked me for terminal access not even a fortnight ago. I'd call it coincidence if it didn't feel so much like conspiracy. I can't for the life of me deduce a reason as to why a greenhouse manager would be interested in military inventory. What kind of plants are we growing in there? Maybe you ought to start, because without a good reason, answers still... Business is always... What do you need this time? Business is all we... What do you need this time? As a friendly reminder...
Schedule an appointment if you need to talk to me. Consume in peace and we won't have a problem.
Maybe focus on self-bettering yourself.
When you pull the trigger. You can't shoot what you can't see.
And she'll give you a facial sprint.
Necessary.
Without Auntie's choice.
む
You can't spell heinous ascetic without Auntie's choice. Auntie's choice knows that a better you is just 3. An ointment away.
Stop that scrounging around. Takes all sorts. Was that really necessary?
Heard something. Somebody get that!
Practically a detective now. Wonder what other mysteries around here need solving.
Hello again. You get that inventory issue sorted? How grand. That officially mops up the last of the mess from the buffoons that came before me. And, as promised, my good fortune is also your good fortune. And while this might be a tad fewer bits than you were hoping for, remember, you've also made allies that you'll find all across Arcadia. Just keep watching for paintings of a stylish yellow rose with a split black circle near the middle. Like the one you passed on your way in. Find that rose, and you find Sub Rosa. Just keep watching for paintings of a stylish yellow rose with a split black circle near the middle. Like the one you passed on your way in. Find that rose, and you find Sub Rosa.
Why do you corporate folks do all the hard work instead of letting auto mechanicals do it?
Because we get paid to do it. We need the money so we can buy things. for in the tossball leagues this season? Tossball?
Every time I think I'm having a bad day, I just tell myself, wait till tomorrow. Didn't you already leave? Time's a-wasting, you know.
Knock off the funny business.
Hello again. Hope you ain't here for yourself.
Oh, please, take a seat. And the doctor will be with you in a legally acceptable amount of time.
These riffs got me awful perturbed. Ain't reality hard enough without some nerve-wracking phenomenon?
Protectorate folks must have been bored out of their skull.
You again. It's funny. My terminal's behaving in shambolic, almost as if someone hacked into it. Got any notion why that might be? The universe. Right. What do you need this time? I'm sure
おやつ中です。
Might I have a word, Commander? I know I've been pushing to find DeVries, so this might seem a bit of a left turn. Avoid it. I'm just gonna ask. Got an old friend here on the island. The doctor who patched me up after Horizon Point. Ex-protectorate, a good man. Tracked him to Westport a short time ago, but never got up the nerve to visit. Reckon we could drop by and pay him a visit? Brief one, of course. Legs bother me a bit, but no more than usual. Anyway, that's not the reason I'm asking to visit. I had some bad years on my own. Now with you here being part of a team, this might sound a mite soppy, but I feel like I could be a proper agent again. That starts with writing accounts. This friend of mine, Zebulon Tran, I let him down. And I've been chewing on that live wire for a while. Too long, maybe. After I recovered from Horizon Point, Zeb and I ran together for a spell, doing what we could to help folks in difficult spots. Fighting protectorate tyranny in small ways. Too small for Zeb, as it turned out. He was unhappy before I showed up, and after, well, all my directorate talk fired him up even more. I had my orders. I was to stay low. Couldn't let the protectorate catch wind of an Earth Directorate agent in its midst. But Zeb, he kept pushing to take more extreme action. Wasn't like I didn't want to take things farther. Hit the protectorate where it hurt. But I still had my cover to think of too. I couldn't risk disrupting the mission. I'd feel better about that commendation if things hadn't turned out as they did. We worked hard, but the protectorate's arbiters and sentinels worked harder. Often than not, our help only made targets of the folks whose lives we were trying to improve. Didn't matter what we did. Arcadia was still caught under the Protectorate's boot. Amazing you could say that with a straight face given how you ended up here. Anyway, things weren't good.
My commanding manager gave me great advice. If you got time to leave, you got time.
Might I have a word, Commander? I know I've been pushing to find DeVries, so this got an old tracked in the Westport a short time ago, but never got up the nerve. That starts with writing accounts. This friend of mine, I had my orders. I was to stay low. Couldn't let the Protectorate catch wind of an Earth Directorate agent in its midst. But Zeb, he kept pushing to take more extreme action. Wasn't like I didn't want to take things farther. Hit the Protectorate where it hurt. But I still had my cover to think of, too. I feel often than not, our help only made targets of the folks whose lives we were trying to improve. Didn't matter. Wouldn't have expected you to see it that way, given all. I know I got up tracked in the Westport a short time ago. That starts with writing accounts. I had my orders. I was to stay low. Wasn't like I didn't want to take things farther. We were often than not, our help only made targets of the folks whose lives we were trying. Figure you say as much, but I'll admit, after 10 years in this colony, it's getting harder to argue an opposing view. Anyway, things weren't good. Zeb and I couldn't find the rhythm we had before. We were arguing every day. Eventually, only later I learned Zeb hadn't given up the struggle like I assumed he would. He got to stay in mental refreshment for his trouble. That's the last I heard of him, till recent. Much appreciated, Commander. Promise, I won't be making a habit of pulling skeletons out of my closet. Westport's on the east side of the island. I tracked Zeb to somewhere on its outskirts, but never got up the nerve to visit before now. We ought to start there.
Watch where you're pointing that shooter of yours. You've been pitching a little unevenly.
The fastball incident of '97, Automacs are not permitted to participate in tossball games, leagues, or tournaments.
I mean, your aim's been off. Wouldn't want me or the good commander here catching any strays.
When attempting to capture a stray animal, approach slowly and quietly. If the animal senses danger, it may grow aggressive.
Know what? Forget I said anything. You're doing great.
Oh, what's this? Non-protectorate personnel just sauntering up onto my porch, free as they please. State your purpose, outsider, or exit yon way you came. Well, that all sounds rather exciting, like something out of an Aetherwave. Most in the Protectorate don't know what the Earth Directorate is, you know. Suspect you've received a few blank stares if you travel freely. I'll forgo appealing to your sense of duty, as those outside the Protectorate lack such motivating principles. I presume you accept payment for service? In my role, I compile material providing special insight on other colonies. During recent troubles, unsavory elements removed certain items from my old office. Among them, a series which took considerable time to assemble. A form of manipulatory ideation disguised as popular entertainment, intended to sway the audience to their point of view. Tell me, are you familiar with Science Adventures Quarterly, featuring Commander Zane and Buddy and other sensationalistic space stories? It was a popular fiction periodical from not long ago. Each of its 10 volumes featured an exhilarating cover illustration. Whether they faced automechanical industrialists or robber magnates from the Plutocrian kleptocracy, their tales remained invigorating thrill rides. The line represented a growth of the medium from its remarkable popularity. Not only mirrored the brief window surrounding the volume's release, saw a marked increase in skip drone requests for Earth Directorate aid. I believe there remains much to learn from them. Quite. Once you have one of the 10 periods, stay true, outsider. Greetings. Something new to report? Once you have, may safety, amity, and ease be yours.
Ready to waste them on your command.
You've returned. I take it. Stay true, outsider.
Confronting threat. Engaging combat protocols.
the heat off you, Commander. Let's end with it.
appear to have perished at the claws of their research subjects.
No, wait. I don't need refreshment. I'm so refreshed. Yep, that's me. Refreshed like a... Hello. How are you, El? How are you doing tonight? I'm spectacular according to regulation 1, 2, 1, 2. What I need is... But I'm just, that sounds correct. Loyal subject, loyal subject, la la la.
Another executive training exercise in the books. Another clear winner. Me.
Ain't a contest, Cutshall.
Lucky for you. Today sure wasn't. No, we're all here because Ormsby thinks we're VP material. But it's obvious who's got the gray matter in this outfit. Take today's activity. Demonstrate market dominance with a corporate logo competitors will see from orbit. The results speak for themselves.
That rubbish pile you cajoled everyone into building? The giant AC?
We work for Auntie's Choice. What's your point?
Well, it's awful convenient that your own initials are...
Okay, on to the fourth activity. This is Albert Cutshaw, sanitation specialist. Big time VP.
Let me know when you need a description.
Feels good to be back in the saddle, don't it, Val? Kind of reminds me of our days in Nix's orbit. Dodging Protectorate patrols. You remember that?
Error. Memory not found.
Ah, well. That's all right, Val. I'll just have to do the remembering for both of us.
Oh, Lucy. I don't suppose you know anything about Crabble medicine, do you? So, it seems as though the issue ultimately boils down to two words. Purpleberry crunch. Yeah. I brought a box from that fancy new shop in town, and Lucy... Oh, this is... Little Lucy became fully frantic when she smelled it, so I figured it couldn't hurt. But I guess I was wrong. Now she won't get up. And these Crabbles, they mean the world to us. We raised them from hatchlings, and I'll be broken if Lucy dies because of me. I promise. I swear it on every precious egg we've got growing in our incubator. Any help you can offer is more than I've been able to do for her so far, and I'd be grateful for the try. So, how does Lucy look? Is she gonna be home? She looks fine. I can hardly believe my lamps. Looks like she's feeling much better, and I think she's taken a liking to you. Good luck shaking her off you now. Now, I don't have too many bits to pay you with, but this'll unlock that old safe in the house. Thanks again for saving baby Lucy. Now, be sure to give her lots of love. I don't rightly know what I'd do with myself if she'd have passed on. Thanks again for saving baby Lucy. Now, be sure to give her lots of love. I don't rightly know what I'd do with myself if she'd have passed on.
No offense to Val, but it's real. Anyway, need something, Commander?
It was great. This one was for Niles, right? It was great meeting you, Niles. You're right. An agent's life is a busy one, and there's little time for meeting with citizens to say farewell in person. But we are happy to be of service. As for your question, there's absolutely no reason you couldn't become an agent if you put your mind to it. It only requires hard work and a dedication to the greater good. I have no doubt that you have what it takes to be one of the best and the brightest, Niles. Good luck to you. And look me up if, or should I say when, you become an agent.
Stubborn wrinkles. Auntie's Choice Immunosol. Multi-spectrum antibiotics and convenient injection. Anti-Cleo and Al's Crabwish. Tender, buttery, Auntie's Choice knows that a better you is just 3 pills and an ointment away.
Once again, welcome to Fairfield, the official new home of free trade and self-reliance on eBay.
Whoever fixes this rift problem is definitely getting...
Error. Current. How may this unit assist you, Commander?
Didn't you already leave? Time's... Go parlay with Jackson Plum up at Spire Grove. It's some...
Introducing Auntie's new line of specialty drinks for the discerning consumer. Auntie Fizzles.
You've returned. I take it matters are progressing well? A proper start. Here, for your return again when you have another 4 volumes. And I will trade. Stay true, outside. You've returned. I take it matters are progressing. Return again. May safety, amity, and ease be yours.
Big, dark cavern ahead. Seems likely we'll find Crabbles hereabouts.
Your command.
convincing please. Enthusiastically.
Awaiting hostilities. Please stand by until hostilities commence. Awaiting hostilities. Please stand by until hostilities commence.
proximity to a rift is likely to be lethal. Please monitor your distance.
mechanicals work is never concluded. Apologies, this unit's conversation margin is functioning intermittently.
Hello. You must be a new, co-worker. No. Hello. You must be a...
I mean, this whole capitalism thing isn't so dreadful after all. It even allowed me a choice between fishing and sanitary engineering.
That's far more freedom than we were ever offered while living under the Protectorate.
Also, brace yourself for this. Can you believe we receive pay, that is to say, monetary remuneration for our work?
What a novel concept. And we receive 2 rest days a year, which are also paid?
Here to do some fishing?
Always been curious about the kind of training that'll produce a I imagine it's pleasant.
Entering a hostile zone. Enemies detected. Please exercise caution. Warning. Turret sentries ahead. Stealth advised. recommendations on discovering a panel agent. This unit recommends pushing all the buttons.
Arbiter Nebs, the words are a song to my ears. This, no doubt, is the opportunity I have long awaited. These hapless recruits arrived just before the invasion. No sooner had they set down their bags than their instructors were called to the war front. I read the fear, the uncertainty in their faces. And I knew, as this outpost's primary practice target replacement technician, I alone could teach them. They see me as their leader, their arbiter. I will not fail. Should the invasion breach our defenses, I will stand proudly at the vanguard, shoot to kill, and lead them to victory.
Hostiles detected ahead. Recommended course of action: violence. Engaging combat protocol.
Nobody around. No. No target. Hit what in the where now?
Battlefield stamina.
Stop that scrounging around. Take it up with the head office.
If you're wondering why there's so many engineers sitting here on their rears, it's because the dang Krabbles ran us out of the desalinator. Now we're stuck here on standby wages. Hope you ain't jesting with us, friend. Can't wait to get back to making full-time wages. Thank you kindly.
Have a profitable day.
Peddle your wares elsewhere.
Careful of friendly fire if you head down past the farm. Last time we wandered past, they opened fire on us. A real code 472. 472 means they're gonna fill anything that... Word is, Milver's...
Ever read the Middle Manager Handbook? Hold that thought. It shores up the foundation of your fundamentals.
Knock off the funny business.
Takes all sorts.
Takes all sorts.
Knock off the funny business. Stop that scrounging around. Knock off the funny business. Takes all sorts. Stop that scrounging around. Takes all sorts.
Takes all sorts. Knock off the funny business. If you're not a go-getter, then go away.
Scout report. Mind your own business interests. Move along.
Careful, friend. Reckon there might be a few loose wraps.
This stretch runs between Fairfield and the Eastern Forward Operating Base.
Auntie's choice ain't liable
North of here is an old
for
abandoned
base
chapel.
injuries when they're still around.
We're closed. Did you not hear me? This place is closed. No learning today about how everything happens according to the obscure calculus of an indecipherable plan. Why are you asking? Who are you?
The people she tried to kill.
By the architect. I had no idea. I wish I could say it was unbelievable. I was afraid she was becoming a danger to herself and to others. But this is horrifying.
Yeah, imagine how we feel. Why don't you tell us where she is so we can make sure she ain't being a danger to herself or others?
And how are you going to do that?
That ain't something you ought to be concerning yourself about.
If you think I'm going to help you do what I think you're talking about, you are deluded.
I may be deluded, but you're lucky you ain't dead. Seeing how she seems partial to using her friends as victims.
Does she? It occurs to me that you have provided no proof of what you're accusing her of.
Why don't you take a long look at me? This is all because she betrayed us. Her team, her friends, even the one whose life she saved in Triangulum.
By the architect. You're Niles, aren't you? She mentioned you a few times, but refused to elaborate. All I knew was that she was fond of you, and that you were dead.
She was fond of me? Then why? Why would she try to kill me?
I can't say, but it may be one of the things she anguished over. An anguish I fear finally overwhelmed her, and could likely be what's driven her to her present course of action. I wish I knew. It's nothing good, I can tell you that. I haven't seen her since before the corporatists invaded the island. I'm afraid she's going to do something terrible, but I just don't know what. Maybe none of this would have happened had I not introduced her to Victor. How did... You saw her terminal, didn't you? Victor's an Order archivist. We were all friends for a time. But then, shortly before the schism, they started talking to some others inside the Order.
That's when things became tense. I started to become uneasy, scared, really. She kept getting angrier with the Order the more she worked with Victor and her other contacts. On top of everything else, it became just too much for me. Among other things. For some reason, she was obsessed with the cliffhanger ending of Chapter 6. It was the one where capitalist fanatics brought but you know how it works. It was somehow miraculously saved at the beginning of the next chapter. Didn't matter to DeVries, though. She just kept going over it and over it. Would have talked to a Crabble about it if there was no one else to listen. That, and the invasion itself, set her mind to dark things. I begged her not to. She was so agitated when I first met her. Must have been 7, going on 8 years ago now. After we became friends, she began to change. Still bothered her from time to time, but I thought it mostly behind her. I couldn't watch her go back to how she'd been. Or worse. We became friends when she... well, she saved me. I'd said something without thinking. Must have been distracted. We all know, for some reason, she interceded on my behalf with an arbiter. And she convinced him he didn't hear what he actually did. No one does that. Void, I didn't think anyone could. We all were, originally, before the schism. But she never gave it up. Even when it became illegal to even mention, which was surprising with how angry she seemed to be getting with them. Even as she was deep, she even continued to sign her messages, "See you in the equation." It's all so confusing. What do you mean? It was where she worked, one of the Protectorate's communications hubs. She didn't speak of it much, at least to me. She may have spoken to Victor about it.
She ain't the only one.
It's difficult to explain. She spoke about things in unfamiliar ways. I felt her words to be freeing. She said learning the truth of things was worth it. But now I question whether her truth was just more of her pen. Some days I wish I'd never listened to her at all. Others, I
know a little something about that, too.
It is inexplicable to me as well. I even tried to go see her again, once, after the corporatists invaded Paradise Island and took over Fairfield. They seemed to let anyone in there. Some boisterous fellow even tried to recruit me. Yes, and I am shamed to admit it. Though if she hadn't wanted me to, she wouldn't have told me the code. Same one she used for everything. 15-778.
That is Agent DeVries' identification code, Commander.
She said it had some meaning from her previous life. I'd hoped she'd left something for me, but the safe was empty. No. But it had to be someone's fault, right? The Protectorate couldn't possibly have failed to safeguard the colony. And they had to answer the accusations the Order leveled at them. I know I've no right to ask this of you, but when you find her, please remind her of who she used to be. She's unwell, but I know there's still... That's all I can ask. Welcome back to my chapel of fear and futility.
Careful of friendly fire if you head down past the farm. Last time we wandered past, they opened fire on us. A real
It's you. I am trapped inside.
What was that?
Guns cocked and loaded. Just give the signal.
mean you're leaving?
Shift's over. I have a life outside this place, you know.
A life? Outside our lab? No. Audacious advances requires commitment. Absolute commitment! Commencing termination.
Place is in shambles. What happened here?
I've counted at least 6 horrendous death screams since you arrived. You must be affected as well. You there? Oh, you're likely affected too, aren't you? Scream twice for yes. Could it be? You seem an honest-to-goodness rational human being. Well then, by the Loeffler Risk Intercession Act under I, Elman Ormsby, Product Envisioner, Department of Proprietary Methodology and Audacious Advances, am your interim supervisor. Yes, tragedy has befallen a number, but back to the exciting news about this incredible new opportunity. You working for me, as an aide-de-camp of sorts, on a brief yet no doubt exhilarating assignment. Our lab had been researching the red spores that grow nearby to see a local spore sample interacted with a wonderfully preservative red to a somewhat homicidal degree, it would seem to appear. By that measure, our work here could be considered a moderate success. Well, it should all be rather straightforward, yes? I suspect we'd use a top-down indirect coronium synthesis method, don't you think? Oh dear. It's occurred to me this might benefit to some extent from medical training. Are you perhaps someone well-versed with pharmacological matters? Apologies. Tremendous. Well then, before we roll up our sleeves and determine what's needed, the whole thing was ghastly. One of my assistants, when he failed to return, I peeked outside and saw the others. They'd clearly been exposed to some virulent new... Well then, anything else before we proceed? Our lab's focus is the utilization of local flora and fauna in development of commercial products, and not as much as I'd love to natter on, we probably ought to get matters underway. We'll need two things. Fresh. After that, an antidote should be possible in relatively short order, with your skilled assistance, of course. Our exceedingly... Spore samples may be taken from a red plant indigenous to an area of tall rock formations northwest of here. Once we have an antidote firmly in hand...
皆殺した後だよもう天使の輪がついた笑顔
least homicidal...
Typical Auntie's choice. That's breaking things.
Squaring up.
societies were constantly out of balance. Individualism ran rampant. Depletion of resources and a lack of community led to terrible suffering. Poor teachers didn't have
Well,
firm benevolent hands.
visitors, huh? Just meandering about, free of any appointed mind? If you need someone to talk to hereabouts, I do hate to come off impolite. If you're so inclined, we can pick this up later, after you two. Word of the wise, despite what you might hear, we don't suppose you checked in with Vigilant Hogarth yet, eh? Again, hate to seem discourteous, but...
And plentiful. We have everything we need. Prudence dictates we take a moment to rightly appreciate it all and thank the Sovereign.
No, I just feel sad. Trust the plan. Preserve set progress. Stay in the system. Serve the Sovereign.
We must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate. We're all in this together.
The matriarch chose Eden because she recognized it as the perfect ecosystem.
How empty are the lives of anti-subjects that they need to rely on consumerism to find meaning?
And rich natural resources represent a fascinatingly complex ecological network. To govern it, the matriarch, working with and through the Sovereign, devised the paradigm, a meticulously designed
People saying I'd rest easier if
if each of us does our part,
originally.
produces
This unit is currently unavailable for meaningless
sometimes
interaction.
challenges do arise. We all know how species can unbalance even the most robust ecosystem, like those nettlesome raptidons, or the base individualists within Auntie's choice. Though don't fret, the system is resilient. The system abides. But now, more than ever, we must all do our part to maintain it. Keep doing your job with pride. Keep informing on your neighbors. Same as ever. But prudence dictates we give it a little extra added zeal for now, just to offset any...
Conversation is not possible at this or any time.
Under Protectorate law, we are bound to inform you.
This unit beautifully acknowledges your presence.
Well, it's infected. Redstone arrives soon, we'll have to start cutting.
Naturally, sometimes challenges do arise. We all know how invasive species can unbalance even the most robust
It is my esteemed pleasure to welcome you to Westport, once a shining testament to protectorate excellence. Now a picturesque example of the evils of corporatism. But where are my manners? We do not have Serving Unit 1.
Confirmative.
Perhaps you're wondering why I'd open my arms thusly for a stranger. Simple. As the guiding light for humankind, we always put our best. I believe something still can be done. This town What?
Comestibles served.
We of the Protectorate pride ourselves on our mech probe. We are not miracle workers, however. Without parts to work, we need repair mechs, domestic mechs, not combat ones. Serving Unit 1 here is about as much as can be accomplished without replacement parts. Under Protectorate law, we are bound. If I can return the settlement to a reasonable facsimile of it, the arbiters might see fit to penalize only me, commute the others' sentences, allow them to maintain things around here, and hence my use of the term I owe it to every single person here to try. That's abundantly kind of you, though there must be something I can offer. Enough to lead and inspire those who work there, once at least. I was previously the ranking vigilant on this island. Why do you ask? I don't know what an Earth Directorate is, and I thought we were in exchange for the automech part. Never dream of such a proposal in days of reason and quietude. Yet such is the here and now we find ourselves in.
Out of balance. Individualism ran rampant. Depletion of resources and
Wonderful. My unavoidable march to the parts can be found at the Euphoria Coast Automech Repair Center to the south. To get inside, you will need an access pass from the Ministry of Accuracy. Since we have all been marked as traitors, I cannot create one for you here.
A perfect life of contentment and
Farewell now.
We have community, purpose, time for recreation.
Well, look who it is. What is it? Speak your mind. Parts can be found at the Euphoria Coast Automech Repairs. Now, please. The itinerant stranger return. Certainly. What would you like to know?
We take a moment to rightly appreciate it all and thank the
I know as an outsider you may not be able to understand this. Ours was to protect Westport when antis attacked us. We're also tasked with leading the rest of the subjects. Is there anything else? Farewell now. Well, look who it is. What is farewell?
We're all in this together.
Nice weather we have been having, or not having. Goodbye.
busy on the actuators.
Can't wait, Commander. At least until we talk with Zeb. Can't wait, Commander. At least until we talk with Zeb.
This is all going perfectly according to the paradigm, I guess. I just can't wait for it to be going more perfectly again.
Of course, it's part of the Sovereign's plan. He floods our houses, which makes more habitat for fish, which offers us more to eat, which gives us the strength to build new houses. But then, how do I cook the fish? Stay true, outsider.
Initializing. How may this unit assist?
Prudence dict. I wish everyone's neighbor
You locked in here under your own steam and appear reasonably free of cuts, burn. Good. Because we've got more of that than we can handle. You haven't heard? When Antes invaded, they broke the seawall. Flooded nearly half the town below, where a number of our subjects drowned. Others got concussed, or took a while for our water purifier to catch up. So some drank tainted water, which is not good for you at all. All right. Hello again. Here to help? Or just being friendly? Hard to say, since I don't know any other way. We have more. Before the invasion, Automex took care of most things. I had plenty of time for my... Must say, I do look forward to mealtime around here. Arcadian tenderloin and... All right. Hello again. Here to help? See you. You've returned.
Right now, the paradigm prudence dictates we leave the burden of thought to our betters.
May you realign with the paradigm.
Word on the wireless is that Auntie's choice is years behind us sociologically. So they've started the war to grab any part of the paradigm that they can.
Sustain the system. Serve the sovereign. The wireless said that flooding. Are we amply sustaining the system?
May safety, amity, and ease be yours.
Or the base individual.
Prudence dictates that. Try not to think.
Sometimes
It'll only make you
I
unhappy.
fear I may be succumbing to notion.
The system abides.
I inhaled so much dust and debris during the
As ever. But prudence dictates we give it a little extra added zeal for now, just to offset any minor disruption.
Greetings, non-protectorate wretches. With regret, I must inform. However, I may offer you a limited selection of premium items. Initiating.
"このゲーム変な武器とかありそう。そうね、考えるかを。
Mental refreshment centers are there to help you. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts. Go now.
The matriarch, appeared right out of the aether, just as I imagine our proud sentinels do. Caught me reciting passages from a beacon to the cosmos, illustrating my That part always hits me directly. To quote my personal log, an essential passage, rightful and true. Charlton Weintrott.
磁石が一瞬武器に見えてた。笑い転げる。
Oh, it's that, homespun metaphor. The Protectorate as a happy, attentive family, the sovereign smiling beneficently at the head of the table, all such, so forth and the like. Say, you are every bit you seem, yes? It is widely known that a sentinel is required to... Why? A plot point about that feature...
Of course you believe everything on the Aether Wave. I guess it would be stranger if you didn't swallow the propaganda, even if it does take some heavy dramatic license.
Depletion of resources and lack of community led to terrible suffering. Poor
Well, you appear to be far more fluent with... If you were a sentinel, or in some sentinel adjacent... In any case...
The Outlander I spoke with before. What brings you back around?
Of contentment and plenty. We have community.
Did I? Not again. Oh, this? It's a birthmark, skin condition, both, about which I am rather sensitive, thank you very kindly. Because I have the distinct feeling you possess some unknown agenda, yet am unclear to the...
I can usually tell when a fella's up to something and that fella's up to something. Might be nothing serious, but we ought to poke around and find out.
You are the raw material.
The Outlander I spoke with before. What brings you back around?
Of course.
We must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate. We're all in this together.
The matriarch chose Eden because she recognized it as the perfect ecosystem. The native flora and fauna, the pleasant atmosphere, and rich natural resources represent a fascinatingly complex ecological network. To govern it, the matriarch... abides. But now, more than ever, we must all do our part to maintain it. Keep doing your job with pride. Informing on your neighbors, same as ever. But prudence dictates we give it a little extra added zeal for now, just to offset any minor disruption.
Almost missed the routine certitude of my assigned profession. Go!
sit or sprint? Typical predicament for an anti-bottom runger like me. Wish I never snuck in here to begin with. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Nah, it was a great idea. So much stuff for the taking around here. Motherload of loot. Plenty to get me back in the sprat race. Just didn't account for all these crabbles. Real fly in the old ointment. I could just sit tight, live lean off all these supplies, hope the crabbles skedaddle, or maybe open the door and bolt. Seems like a good idea. Nah, it's a great idea.
This looks like the place. Law, I haven't felt this high strung since Horizon Point. Just hope he's here.
Niles.
Howdy, Zed. You look... well.
Do you always put your hands on other people's things? Has my mind been set upon by shadows? I thought you dead.
Can't imagine why you think that. I've only been gone 4 years.
Oh, back from your little saunter then, are you? Head all cleared? I must say you took quite the perambulation. I hope you didn't wear out your rotation adapters.
Zeb, this is the commander I told you about. One in charge of the Horizon Point mission.
Ah, yes. The same commander who nobly ordered you to leave your colleague to perish under rubble. No. I only dealt with the bloody aftermath. So, you are keeping company these days. Just not mine. That would depend on what vision you have for Arcadia's future. Everyone seems to think they alone know what's best for this colony.
Look, I'm not just here to gas you up with empty apologies. I want to set things right between us.
Oh, now you want to help. Where were you when the war happened? Or when I was being carted off to mental refreshment? Where were you when I actually needed you?
I know I let you down before, but give me a chance to earn back your trust. There must be something I can lend you a hand with. I know you haven't given up the fight.
I haven't the time to patch your bleeding conscience, Niles. I'm in a situation that demands...
It's Baines. My team's been caught. Pharaoh and March are dead. Protectorate are holding the rest for... I barely managed to evade capture. Damn it!
Found her! You there!
Audra! Fuck! It's all coming apart.
I knew something was wrong. What have you gotten yourself into here, Zeb?
That was one of my operatives. I organized a mission to infiltrate the Vox to acquire... Without that cipher, the intelligence is worthless. But if you're sincere in your desire to help, prove it. Rescue my friends before that ship departs with them on board. Please.
I am. Without question.
Okay. If they're sending a ship, that means my people are being held on the Vox's landing pad. Use and do exercise discretion, as well as caution. The guards at the Vox won't hesitate.
Not to worry. This is exactly the sort of thing we're trained to handle.
Yes, but the uniform doesn't stop bullets.
Good thing we know a doctor then.
I'll answer what I can. If you must know, it was my sister. A neighbor reported her for some misconduct and she was taken to be refreshed. I never heard what her alleged crime was meant to be. The woman who returned was nigh unrecognizable. Then I met Niles. He told me the truth about other colonies. Made Arcadia feel so... small. Claustrophobic. Repressive. Stop there. I know what you would ask, but I've done my best to put that unpleasant experience behind me. Please respect my wish to avoid reopening closed wounds.
The Crabbles? They keep people away who might otherwise stumble into my operation here. I feel kindly toward them.
Ah, of course. Hogarth and his unfortunate charges would be top of mind. I sympathize with the plight of those in Westport. They want nothing to do with me, of course, or anyone. I do believe that one day, the truth of the Protector's iniquity will be too obvious to ignore. But for now... Quickly, I have to prepare for other contingencies, should the worst come to pass.
You're missing the part where you get blown halfway to the void and back.
I'd like to help, but I fear I lack the supplies at the moment to ply my craft.
Seeing Zeb again went different than I expected. Not that I had high hopes for tears and confetti, but damn. I surely wouldn't be opposed. Reckon you can put my name on a cake too? Just aside, I must have imagined how that conversation was going to go a dozen times over the years. Maybe I ought to apologize straight away. But I'm not convinced I did the wrong thing, leaving. Had I stayed, who knows? Likely I'd have gotten us both killed. That's fair. Might have left him a note or something. I was just worried I'd lose my nerve, but anyway, I appreciate the check-in, Commander. Was there anything else you needed? I worry Zeb's in over his head with all of this. Good thing we showed up when we did. Found it, huh? No. You know what? This one's on me. Shouldn't have left a line about... or gave it away, apart from it being in my private quarters. Truth is, I was getting ready to toss that old thing. Guess I just wanted to listen to it one last time. See if I missed anything other than her waxing about the greater good. I don't know. Some hint of who she really... Sounds stupid said out loud. You know, I can't really remember what the others sounded like. Helen, Eric, Wade. I've tried recalling their voices, but there's just all these years. And the only recording I've managed to preserve is from the one person I'd rather forget. Kind of you to say, Commander. I hope it continues to be true. No, burn it, launch it out the airlock, do whatever you want with it. It means nothing to me now anyway.
Meticulously designed.
I was sad. Sad for a moment because my house got...
You can't spell heinous acidic without... Choice.
Sometimes I get the feeling we're not welcome here. The Protectorate folks resent us liberating them.
Nah, they know this invasion ain't personal. It's just business. Besides,
I see a huge opportunity for us in Fairfield. What'll it be, stranger? Reckon so. Here's what we've got.
Being this close to DeVries feels like we're finally on track to set the universe aright. Anyway, need something, Commander? Can't get that Andy's Choice jink anyway. Need something, Commander? Oh yeah? What's needling you? Like most colonies, good people being ground down from above. A lot of fancy talk from suits about streamlining and quarterly earnings while them on the line barely scrape by. Triangulum's known for churning out freighters, and shipbuilding ain't exactly known for being clean, safe work. Can't remember a time I didn't end the day all banged up, filthy, and smelling like I just crawled out of an exhaust port. It was hard work, sure. But there was something special about seeing one of them long haulers fire up her engines for the first time and knowing you had a hand in her. Funny thing was, I wasn't even an engineer back then. But I wanted to learn, so I paid attention. Too good of attention, as it turned out. I was working late one evening and overheard something I shouldn't have. Some bigwigs exchanging inside information that would have cost the corporation a pretty bit. A day later, I was being accused of corporate espionage. Didn't want to bring any heat down on anyone else, so I went on the run before the first jackboot showed up at my door. Oh, now, you'll have to tell me what those other things are sometime. I was on the run for... I don't even know how long. The days sort of bled into one another. I started losing hope of things ever changing for the better. Then, the Earth Directorate showed up. They liberated Triangulum, pulling me and the rest of the colony out from under the corporate boot. Joining up after that just made sense. She was one of the forward agents who went ahead to assess just how bad Triangulum had gotten. We met while I was in hiding. She was no nonsense. I thought her one of the smartest people I'd ever met. And while she could also be cutting, I liked her. And for some reason, she seemed to take a shine to me. But she wasn't around long. By the time I officially joined up, she'd already moved on to the next mission. Sure was. Kept hoping I might run into her during training. But now I know she was busy turning her coat here in Arcadia. I could ask you the same thing. Protectorate has a way of casting a pall over that, too. You'll see. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone back to my old life instead of becoming an agent. I knew joining up with the Earth Directorate wasn't going to be a life of low turbulence, but at least it'd have dignity and purpose to it. How much dignity in having your limbs blown off? Sorry, that was blunt. I just get tired of talking around it, you know? Only thing I know for sure is my opinion today is colored by more than just the rosy tint of a low-run kid looking up at the stars. Life's not fair, but it keeps on. You buttering me up for a favor? I'll tell you right now, I'm not taking extra shifts cleaning the head.
Ah, well then, thanks. Just hope that good opinion of me holds. My folks shuffled off the motor coil when I was little. Assembly line accident. They tried their best. Weren't cruel or nothing, but life on Triangulum was... I didn't like feeling like I was adding to their burden, so I struck out on my own just as soon as I could. And well, you know how that turned out. Yeah. Thoughts crossed my mind over the years, especially when it was just me and Val. No point missing something you're never getting back, though. That's either hope or foolishness, Commander, and I can't tell which. Even if we survive the rift, 10 years is a long time to be gone. No word. How about this? We ever make it out of this system, I'll take you back to Triangulum and make the introductions myself. Deal? Oh yeah. They're gonna get a real charge out of you. I've got time.
Is it me, or has my ankle... Anyway, need something, Commander? Oh, yeah? What's needling you?
I ain't even close to hitting rock bottom yet. Middling bottom, sure, but not rock bottom.
it? Anti-Chisholm's Purple Berry Crunch. The K means it's authentic. Now with 110% of your daily chemicals and preservatives.
No offense to Val, but it's real anyway. Need something, Commander?
Take the pressure off with anti... Bottled under... The atmospheres of pressure.
On your command.
Seems nowhere on Paradise Island's gone untouched by this war.
Enthusiastic neutralizing underplays.
I'll take fighting. Take fighting raps over living in a surveillance state any day of the week.
Moderation vodka, distilled with steel. Well,
state.
晩ご飯落ち、天使の輪がついた笑顔。